we will try and move through it as tenuously as possible. Can I just remind that all members should have their cameras on during the meeting unless they have Wi-Fi problems, and if that can be advised to officers during that period by way of explanation, that would be helpful. We move into the agenda. And, do we have any apologies, Mr. Moody?
No, Convener, there are no apologies this morning.
Okay, I would ask for any declarations of interest at this stage, remembering that at any point during the meeting someone can declare an interest should they feel that there is something to raise. No. Moving on to item 3, which is a minute of the executive meeting held on the 13th of June. It feels a long time ago, but it wasn't really. Are we happy to agree it as for accuracy? Is there anything within the minute MD would wish to raise? Councillor Spears? Sorry,
you were speaking so fast there about declarations of interest. I need to seek guidance regarding an item that I had a former interest in but no longer do. Well, I'll bring it up at the time to see whether I need to declare an interest or not.
Okay, there may be an opportunity if there's a recess for you to have a word with the Chief Governance Officer on that, Councillor Spears. Okay, if we move on to the rolling action log, which is item 4, and Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener, and as usual the rolling action log is there for noting. The action log is up to date so far as comments are concerned, but it's available for members to ask any questions in relation to the items included.
Okay, is there any questions? Councillor Nimmo?
Convener, question in relation to 622, it's the Forest Green Freeport. We were supposed to be getting a report back this month. Now it's been put off to October. I'm just wondering what the reasons for this is.
Okay, Mr. Kirktrick, are you able to answer that? Oh.
Sorry, happy to answer that, Convener. The business case development process has taken slightly longer than had previously been thought with both UK and Scottish governments.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions in relation to the rolling action log? No. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Moving on to item 5, which is the Falkirk Town Centre Vision and Development Framework, and we'll just give a minute or two for spillages to be dealt with, and we'll go to Mr. McGuinness.
Thank you very much, Convener. Council members, this morning we brought forward a paper seeking approval of the Falkirk Town Centre Vision and Development Framework. This project commenced some 6 months ago. It is on the back of a number of key projects the council is developing across the town centre of Falkirk, in particular the new town hall, the transport infrastructure, and also projects related to our growth deal with Scottish Canals and the Art Park, etc. The background to the report in section 4 highlights the work we've been doing as part of Revitalising Falkirk Partnership, working with the local bid company. A number of key themes are emerging in terms of infrastructure, sustainability, town centre living, reinvigorating of businesses and employment. This is very much about making sure we continue to have a thriving town centre. There's a range of interventions that have taken place over a number of years, identified at section 4.2 in relation to Newmarket Street and Lintrigs, the work that the bid have been doing with us, and also a number of other projects identified on page 24. As we developed the brief to look at our town centre, we recognise there are a number of key considerations for working through the town centre master plan. This includes the Calendar Square itself, a former bus station, considering former Marks and Spencer's building, the west end of the town centre itself, the Grahamston train station, the municipal building site, the new town hall being a key catalyst, we believe, the importance of heritage and public realm across our town centre, and connectivity across the town centre, particularly in relation to active travel. In developing the scope and aims of the work, we explored a number of different processes for taking our community through this exercise. We worked with Scottish Government and Scotland's town centre people and who have developed a 18-point step-by-step process looking at various aspects of our town, wide aspects of our town. These include, considering going bold, to looking at how do we repopulate our towns, how do we regenerate, how do we ensure people have places to gather, how do we reimagine the town centre in the future. Shopping has declined within our town centre. Retail is a challenging part of our town centre environment today. We need to look at how we reimagine that and what the vision will be going forward in the future. Section 4.10 highlights the importance, this is critical in terms of the development of this piece of work, is that the engagement and consultation that took place. Over 500 participants took part in this exercise over the 6 months. We had 2 open days, one on the 16th of March and following that on the 22nd of June. We engaged extensively with the bid organisation and the businesses within our town centre, and importantly a number of the shopping centre owners and operators to understand what their ambitions are for the future of our important town centre. This is absolutely key in terms of considering what we see our vision. This can't be the vision of officers within the council. This is very much the vision of our community and our people who reside and use the thriving town of Falkirk. During our analysis, we looked at a number of key considerations. We want to look at the diversity of offer away from retail as we see that declining. We want to make the town a more people-friendly place. We want to encourage people to come and spend more time there to enjoy and to socialise. We recognise there's a lack of residential accommodation within our town centres. We want to look at how can we work with the private sector, with the RSLs and others to encourage more living in our town centres. We see that as a key development moving forward. This is a real catalyst for change. We believe this is a key blueprint and a key vision for the town centre of Falkirk. We have extensive consultation. We have a detailed analysis of a number of background reports available for interrogation. We believe this is a real positive step in the right direction. This will be a real opportunity for us to put together a strategy that allows us to attract additional funding from UK and Scottish Government going forward, which we believe is key. And I recommend this paper to members today. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr McGuinness. I'll go to Councillor Garner.
Thanks, Convener. And thanks to Michael, Malcolm, Jackie.
Councillor Garner, could you put your microphone on?
Apologies.
Thank you.
Apologies. It's been a wee while, so you forget these wee things. Thank you, Convener. And thanks to Michael, Malcolm, Jackie and the team for bringing this significant and important report forward before Falkirk Council's Executive Committee today. Falkirk Town Centre Vision and Development Framework is a critical piece of work, and as decision makers with responsibilities for community's future, it is our responsibility to shape the direction in which Falkirk's historic town centre evolves through the years ahead. As a council, we aim to foster sustainable growth and enhance the quality of life for our residents, and so the Falkirk Master Plan Development Framework puts in motion a vision that will shape an urban landscape for generations to come. The framework is more than just a blueprint. It is a testament to our shared aspirations, a testament to our collaborative determination to make Falkirk a place where people thrive, businesses flourish, and culture and heritage are celebrated. Over the course of this meeting, I hope we have a healthy discussion about this master plan, its architectural vision, its economic implications, its environmental considerations, and indeed its social impact. In the course of this work, hundreds of people and dozens of businesses were engaged, and it is their voices, hopes and dreams that must be guiding force that directs our decisions throughout this process as the framework aligns seamlessly with the values and aspirations of our community. As we engage in these deliberations, we should remember that many of our most recent decisions have been catalysts for the change. Our new town hall, as we envisage its development at Calendar Square, will be a real statement of intent and encourage the private sector and communities to invest in our town centre. Again, as we look to approve this report, I would like to take this opportunity to thank officers and our consultant teams that have facilitated this piece of work over the last 6 months. I welcome this support and support the recommendations contained in section 2.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner, and I'm happy to second the report. We've known for a number of years there was a need for investment to remodel and repurpose our town centre, and it's good to see that work and the engagement that's been carried out, not just recently but over the last 5 years, now coming together within their strategy and vision for Falkirk Town Centre. We have now have an anchor site for a new town hall, and we're able to start to explore the other sites and what the future of them may be, recognising that retail will not return to what it was pre-COVID, nor in fact the last 10 years. It needs to focus on repurposing our town centre around activities, culture, heritage, and exploit our history within our town centre as best we can. The transport hub will be a multimodal and improve access to our town centre, as well as the wider active travel solutions to link people and places. This is an exciting time for Falkirk. We have a great opportunity to create a great place for people who live, work and visit. It's supported by the growth deal, and this whole vision will not be delivered by Falkirk Council alone. It's going to be really important that we continue to support our partners and stakeholders in order to be able to deliver this. And I'm going to ask Mrs MacArthur if maybe she could talk a wee bit about the stakeholder engagement and the feedback from it, just to give us a wee bit more of a flavour to augment what's in the report, and then I'll open it up for questions and comment.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? You can hear me? Sorry, you can hear me.
That's better. It was just, you were a wee bit quiet there, but thank you.
Okay, so the engagement, we've already set out in the report, the engagement was vast and widespread. It was developed over a 6 months period, working with a range of stakeholders from community groups, developers, Police Scotland, NHS, Forth Valley College, the Hysteria Society, Go Youth, the Sensory Centre, the BID, the Retail Park, the Howgate, Calendar Square, and of course many hundreds of local people and local businesses. The first piece of feedback I would say is that people were just absolutely delighted that this work was actually taking place. Some people found it difficult to get their head around the fact that it was a vision document and it was their aspirations and it was their aspirations, and many people asked when the work would be starting. But once we explained about this vision document and that this was a spatial plan for the next 10 to 20 years, they absolutely got their head around it and were, you know, everyone was engaged in it. The people are very invested in Falkirk and very invested in the town. Obviously, the major thing that people feel at the moment is that the town is in decline and they want to see something happening. So you can imagine how welcome this piece of work was for people. So overall, we had overwhelmingly, it was a positive experience for everyone that attended. We had a few people who said this will never happen. You know, I'll be dead before this kind of work. We see any of this work coming to fruition. But I hope we can prove them wrong, as we've proved them wrong in other developments that we've done across Falkirk. So, you know, overwhelmingly supportive, and people just want to see this work coming to fruition. They want to see work happening, and this is just the first step in that process. So that's essentially all I can say.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs MacArthur. Okay, I will open it up. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I have numerous questions, obviously. I would imagine everybody else has. But my first question, is there any progress on the examination of the foundations for the new Falkirk Town Hall? We've already discussed that if you build a house on sand, you have future problems. And I know we're pushing ahead without knowing the full geotechnical report on the foundations. Is there any update on that?
Thank you, Convener. Councillor Spears request for information in relation to the foundations of Calendar Square. Clearly there is still a building on the site, so we haven't been able to undertake the full geotechnical appraisal. Once the building starts to be coming down, we will be undertaking extensive site investigations on the site. We know from the historic records that there is significant piling underneath the site and what was the old calendar rigs and where the churchyard was. So, you know, we're aware of the site conditions, but we won't know the full detail until we've undertaken the full intrusive site investigations.
Councillor Spears, can I ask you to maybe keep to the subject of the paper, because that's getting into detail that's not relevant to this particular item?
Sorry, if we can't go ahead with it, then it's very relevant to the paper.
This is about the wider town centre vision and not about a particular project. There will be an update on the town hall in due course.
Can I ask how the town centre decline, as you mentioned, which is the massive decrease in footfall, how this will be affected by the oncoming 20-minute zones? If people are meant to shop within 20 minutes of their house, then in Grangemouth, you're really saying to people don't shop in Falkirk. So I wonder how you marry these two particular visions.
Okay, Mr McGuinness, I think that's a misrepresentation of the 20-minute neighbourhoods, but I'll get an explanation for you.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. We absolutely recognise the decline in retail offers and people's shopping habits, particularly the increase in online shopping. That has an impact on our town centres. The opportunity this paper presents and portrays us, we need to reimagine and re-envisage what that town centre will look like and what kind of aspects of our town will attract people and get people to come and dwell and spend time in our town centre going forward. 20-minute neighbourhood is one part of a National Planning Framework policy, Policy 15, where we are looking to encourage and support developments that allow people to work, to shop within a 20-minute neighbourhood. That will not apply to every urban area or settlement, clearly, but where it does apply, we're looking to see how we can encourage and support developments that will allow our citizens and communities to access the services they require within a 20-minute neighbourhood.
It'll be interesting to see how you encourage them to do both things that are diametrically opposite. But can I ask about the roads and infrastructure that isn't mentioned here? As you know, we have a great site there, the former bus station site that is laid empty and hasn't been used. It would make a great open-air market site, and you know, and we look at the decrease in footfall on the high street, but when people aren't getting the bus into that side and walking through the town, then kind of explains itself. Can you give me an update on the improvements that will be made to the roads and infrastructure and transport for people to use this new town centre you're envisaging?
Through you, Chair, I would imagine that forms part of a different paper. This paper's not about the maintenance and infrastructure within our town centre. It's about the future vision for the town centre. We'll do whatever we can to secure. A big part of this document is securing the external funding. So where we can secure external funding, because we have a strategy in place for development changes that could attract infrastructure funding to make improvements to public realm, etc. going forward.
All the strategies in the world, if you can't bring the people in to use them, will not work.
Absolutely.
Moving away, I tend to agree with you that town centres have changed, and if anybody's been abroad on holiday, they'll know the plaza syndrome, where you put on events, they become event spaces. I've been involved in putting events on in Falkirk Town Centre, and the towns are busy. And I know Jackie MacArthur and Falkirk Delivers, that great team at Falkirk Delivers, have been involved in filling the town centre. But we need to move on as well and have look at the evening economy, especially special zones. The high street would be great if there was more restaurants for older people like myself to go out at night, and then further down where younger people go, much easier to police if there's different types of entertainment there. So have we looked at looking at the daytime and evening economies in the town centre and increasing it as an event space?
Through you, Chair. Absolutely, I think it's really important, a really important point. One of the catalysts we believe will be the new town hall, as we have a theatre and people come to watch the shows and come and spend some time in the restaurants and cafes within the town centre. So the report does consider the importance of nighttime economy and what we can do to encourage the private sector and support the private sector, and what we can do as a local authority to bring more people to dwell and spend more time in the evenings as well as throughout the day. So it's an important part of the mix of what we're trying to achieve through this master plan.
So transport and infrastructure is vitally important for the people to get there.
The infrastructure is important, clearly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Hannah and Councillor Steenbank.
Thank you, Convener. I want to first of all commend the officers for the hard work that has gone into this. I'm well aware that it has taken a long time to get here, so very well done. And I think that the fact that we are all looking at this as a 20-30 year vision and can see that perhaps we're beginning on the right road is due to your hard work. One area I would like to pick up on from Councillor Spears is about the connectivity. Clearly, you can't regenerate a town centre without bringing people into it, and that is fundamental. And while this is a 20-30 year plan, there are some things that I would suggest we need to begin to pick up on and factor into our thinking as a council over the coming years. I wonder if you could say a little more about the work that will be done with the public transport systems to try and ensure that we can get people from all around the area. I accept the whole issue of active travel rather, but there are many of our citizens who aren't really able to cycle or walk to the town centre. So a little more about plans in terms of working with the private sector in terms of improving public transport systems and parking, because there are some people who can't use public transport either. The cost of parking, it cost me £8 to actually attend the public consultation events in parking charges, and I think we need to look at the parking availability as well. It's free at the Central Retail Park, but it's not at the town, at the High Street.
Thank you, through you, Convener. There were two, for me, at least two key projects currently progressing in regard to wider connectivity in public transport. The Newmarket Lintriggs project, which you'll all be aware of the disruption it's causing to our town at this point in time, we believe that will be a really positive, improvements to the bus provision, and the new public development's been achieved there just now, due for completion middle of November. The Growth Deal project, Grahamston train station transport interchange, will be a key project which encourages and supports public transport integration. So I think those two key projects alone will be really positive steps in the right direction as part of this vision moving forward. In terms of parking, you're right that there's charges within our town centre. We have to, make the improvements to the public transport where we can to encourage the bus operators to provide more provision across our communities and in our town centres. That's very challenging, as you well know. We have to do our very best to encourage people to make different choices in terms of the active travel you touched upon, wheeling and cycling, etc. The direction of travel through the 20-minute neighbourhoods discussions, etc., is to make sure we provide as many choices and opportunities for people to use alternatives to their car. And we will be bringing forward, I think it's important to highlight, we'll be bringing forward a parking strategy report later this year, which I think is an important statement and process for how we address parking throughout the region, the council area. So I think that's where that should be really form part of the discussion and consultation during that exercise. So I think that would be key. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I will look forward to seeing the parking strategy report when it is brought forward.
Thank you, Councillor Steenbank.
Thanks, convener. I'm just going to pick up on the point of the old bus station. We've mentioned working with the private sector and registered social landlords, and within this framework we've designated that site as residential. I think it's an area of substantial interest for many residents and many in the community who use the town centre, and a lot of people see the ongoing vacancy as unsustainable, as it's a bit of an eyesore. I think to properly make the east end of the Falkirk High Street look visibly regenerated, action will need to be taken. Are we currently aware of any interest in developing the site?
Through you, convener, could I defer to Mr. Kettick, please?
Thanks, convener. We are aware of interest in the site, as in multiple ownerships, but we're aware of one interest who's looking to bring the owners together. But we're not involved in those discussions, but we're being kept updated.
Thanks for that. It's just a follow-up question from that. How will we seek to work with the developers if there is an interest that goes on to development to make sure we can develop that site as well as Candler Square at the same time without minimising disruption that may cause?
Convener, it's such early stages. We would need to look at the proposals as they come forward, and certainly in terms of what those will involve, and we would deal with them at that point in time. In terms of the actual development of the site, clearly that would be a planning matter without any council land ownership there, although we do have a small interest in there, hence why we can keep aware of what is progressing. But again, it's very early stages in the process for us to be aware of any detail.
No, appreciate that. That's all my questions. Thanks, convener.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, convener. In 5.5, one of the conclusions about the decline of the high street is the quote car-centric roads, end of quote. How did that conclusion come about?
Thank you. Through you, convener, Councillor Bundy. There was an exercise of background papers available in request from SWECO regarding exploring the provision of cars, parking and transport and connectivity across the town centre, so that's available. Falkirk has currently an over provision of parking in the town centre, and that report identifies, that position.
Thank you. The reality of the situation is that we do have 2,500 free car parking spaces at Falkirk Retail Park. And if the conclusion is that our high street, around the high street, is too car-centric focus, to me that screams pushing more cars towards the retail park and away from the high street. So what is being done to ensure that people have easy access to the high street rather than creating a further magnetic force towards the retail park?
Thank you, through you, convener. It was touched upon, Councillor Steenback, for example, the former bus depot, the Candler Square. As we develop those sites and working particularly with the private sector and through the planning process, we'll be looking at how do we better connect the retail park with our town centre. We've got to give people a purpose to come into our town centre and revitalise and continue to make it a vibrant place to come. That's got to be our priority. If we can achieve that, people will come to our town centre. We don't believe it's purely about the parking. It's got to be about the experience and the reason you're going there. We don't want to be head to head with a retail park, because we don't believe the town centre will be retail as a future. So we need to look at what can we do through this vision and master plan to enhance our town centre, to continue to make it vibrant, continue to give people a reason to come and spend their time, spend their money in our town centre, and we need to work with our partners, with the private sector, with the retail park, and make sure whatever we can do in terms of improving the connectivity between the retail park through the bus depot into the town centre is enhanced to make that journey more pleasant and more achievable. We recognise that topography is a challenge, but we'll do our best to make that connectivity as best we can.
Just a final question. Would that connectivity include cars, or would it be pushing cars out of around the high street?
That would be very much for the planning process to determine what the suitability of that type of connectivity.
But this is a vision, it's what we want the high street, a general vision of what we want it to see. It's currently saying it's too car centric, so that to me implies that the vision is to have less cars. Is that the vision that's being presented today?
The vision is very much to look to where we can encourage and support our communities to make different choices.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. In 4.9, the town centre vision, everything in that is exactly what our group has been looking for, and we feel it's a forward-thinking vision. But already mentioned by a couple of other members, it can't be to the detriment of car owners and users. And we understand that this report is not about parking. It's a small piece of it. But today I've heard from two people that we've an over provision of parking. And looking on page 125, the council owns over 1,000 parking spaces. This does, however, include the municipal buildings, but eventually when it is sold, they will only be available. So it is a change in vision. And if you look at the places where it's no under council ownership, places like Calendar Square, B&M's, Asda, Howgate, they can be alternative parking venues. Some are at a cost. I'm not saying that anything that we need to have free, but as already been highlighted by my colleague, Councillor Bundy, there are 2,500 free parking spaces in the retail park. And we're not saying that we're against the retail park, we're just wanting a vision that helps support the high street. If you take the municipal buildings parking away, all we'll have left is the parking at Williamson Street, the parking at, can't remember the name, if it's Melville Street at the back of behind the wall, and a small parking area at Cumley Place. And I can't stress how important this is, as the alternative transport at the moment isn't in place. So hopefully through time, the strategy for transport will improve, and because it's hard enough to get a bus from the outlying urban areas. We have 2 train stations in Falkirk, which is great. There's not many other places got 2 train stations, and it's great for bringing people into Falkirk. However, unless you live in Carman, Larbert and Pomont, the trains aren't much use, because you can't get a train for Whitecross, you can't get a train for Slamanan, you can't get a train for Denny. So we would like, well, we're looking forward to the parking strategy, and hopefully that'll help alleviate your concerns. A question for probably Mr. Kettrick regarding, I think Councillor Steenbank kind of mentioned that about the bus station area, but since we announced that the town hall was going to the high street, has there been any potential interest from investors for the rest of the town centre?
Convener, there is nothing materialised in, as you know, that you can tangibly say has been a major uplift, but certainly in discussions and approaches we've had, there is an increased interest. We know of one transaction that has went through that would probably have happened, but certainly our announcement on the town hall meant that went through a lot quicker. But we're aware of a number of interests and a number of sites round about the town centre.
Thank you, Mr. Kettrick. Convener, at this point, I don't know if we're going to have an amendment, but can we have a small recess to a discussion with Mr. Moody?
Yes, I've got a question that may be relevant to that, if you don't mind if I maybe asked before.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether it would be Michael or Jackie that would be best to answer this. Just from the experience of the years of working with various people that have been involved in developing this strategy, something that was done was an exercise about wayfinding and actually being able to use infrastructure to push people into certain areas within the town, and just by directional routes. And until we know a bit of how that might work within the town centre, because we don't know what buildings are likely to go where or be regenerated, then we can't give a definitive, but that is all part of a placemaking. So I don't know whether Michael or Jackie would be best placed to maybe just talk a wee bit about that. And again, just comment on something that Councillor Bundy was saying, that will then maybe determine the vehicle routes as well, closer to the actual high street itself. But I don't know, Michael, do you want to?
Yeah, Convener, certainly in terms of historical activity, I'd defer to Jackie on that. But in terms of, the wider considerations part of this vision, but we also need to consider things like park and ride opportunities. How do we get people, at the edge of town to leave their vehicles, provide alternative transport? We've got Transport Review report coming to executive, as well as the parking strategy. So I think these will be two kind of fundamental reports to really address some of the issues being raised today, to make sure we have an appropriate strategy moving forward. But maybe defer to Jackie in terms of some of the wayfinding elements that historically have been provided.
Jackie, you were involved in some of the previous discussions, and I don't know whether you want to make comment on that.
Yes, there's a couple of comments I would like to make actually. We did an exercise in 2019 into 2020 with WSP, and this was really in response to complaints that we regularly get about car parking in Falkirk Town Centre. So we did a review of the car parking then, and that was really to look at, was our provision good enough? Did we get our pricing strategy right? And also, can people actually navigate in and around the town? Is there a sense of arrival when you get to Falkirk? And I'm pleased to say that WSP, after extensive engagement with businesses, with local people, they gave us a massive thumbs up and said that the council had their parking strategy was working. They made some recommendations to us, and that was around our on-street parking, which often is forgotten when we talk about parking in Falkirk, and really responding to the fact that people now shop differently in the town centre. They tend to make very short visits. So we amended our on-street car parking to recognise that, and we now do a 50 pence for 30 minutes in Falkirk. So that really suits people if their mum's dropping kids off after school and then they just want to pop into the town for something quickly. So that's went down very well in Falkirk. The parking remains an issue in the town, but it's not because it's too expensive or because we don't have enough of it. People just mention car parking routinely, but every time we interrogate it, we're back to the same, that we're actually doing it pretty well in Falkirk. We've got an abundance of parking around the town, but we really do need to encourage people to park out as far out as they can and walk into the town. Obviously that doesn't suit everyone, but you also, in terms of the car-centric issue as well, quite often in the town we don't consider pedestrian safety. And I'm sure you understand that with the new bus route now being around Newmarket Street and Lintriggs, pedestrian safety has been a massive issue for many years. And so through the Lintriggs and Newmarket Street project, that's the #1 priority that we hope to address. So that is now the new transport and retail hub in the town. And through this investment that we're making there, not only are we going to improve the actual look of that area of the town, but we hope to improve the safety of the people who are coming into Falkirk. You all know that Lintriggs project is happening as we speak. We're on target to complete hopefully a little sooner than we had hoped, but that's dependent on a number of factors. But certainly we hope to be out there in advance of Christmas. Footfall is still not back at pre-COVID levels, but we are making really good progress. But we are, through our footfall sensors, we now have better local intelligence in terms of what route people are using when they're coming into the town centre. But Lintriggs and Newmarket Street is the main way that people actually navigate onto the high street. So through this work, we hope to aid that going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Mr. Binney. You want to come in? And then we'll go to the recess.
Thank you, convener. I just wanted to come in to try and reassure Councillor Kerr and Councillor Bundy about sort of our view about this report, and what I want to stress is that I see this as a really exciting report that looks to try and reimagine what Falkirk would be like or could be like in the next 20 to 30 years, and part of that vision is identifying development sites within the town centre that we can unlock for housing, for alternative entertainment type activity, making it a kind of thriving both nighttime and daytime economy. And Michael's mentioned that the report's really important to help us unlock external funding, because external funders look to us to have a clear plan. So, you know, we've really tried hard to work with the community, to engage, to get their feedback. And I totally hear what you're saying about you seeking reassurance in terms of that cars will be a part of Falkirk's future. And I think, you know, we've referenced we do have a parking strategy coming, and I just really appeal for us not to get kind of diverted down a kind of car parking route here, because what we're actually looking is for a multi-travel kind of access into Falkirk, and car will undoubtedly be part of that. But we'll address that in the years to come. This is more about us coming together as a council to say, this is what we think Falkirk should be. So it won't be that in a year's time that we come back and go, oh, do you remember that you agreed the master plan, therefore we're getting rid of cars and you've already agreed to it. It's not like that. This is more of a, please allow us to unlock that next step into reimagining and creating a thriving Falkirk.
Okay, thank you, Malcolm. Would a 15-minute recess be suitable?
Yes, but would it be possible to ask Malcolm a quick question following that? Malcolm, you were talking about this document attracting funding, and I totally support that. If any reference to the town centre being car-centric was removed from this document, would that deny access to external funding?
I don't think that any individual around this table could be 100% specific about that. What I would say is that my interpretation of that is that Falkirk, as it currently is designed, is car-centric in so much as the roads are, you know, designed in a way that it's very clear what the main mode of transport into Falkirk is. And I think it's more about reimagining that there are active travel ways into Falkirk as well, and that those need to be given emphasis rather than the traditional car focus. So I don't see it as car-centric referenced in the document being cars need to be not a part of the future of Falkirk. And but I think that if you take car centric out, then as a funder, if I'm looking at a kind of vision of a new town elsewhere in Scotland, and they're really talking about active travel and creating a greener and a cleaner environment, and then Falkirk's proposition is silent on that front, I think it puts us at an unnecessary disadvantage, when I don't believe that we're ideologically different in our kind of stance here today. That, you know, as an officer, that's, you know, what I'm saying. So I hope that reassures. I just feel like I don't want to trip ourselves up with these funding bids and vision for the future when we're not actually on different pages, because there's no way officers would come forward with a vision for the future of Falkirk that excluded cars and led to the, you know, a reduction in the number of people that could visit the town centre. That's obviously got to be part of the mix that we have moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, 15 minutes. Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, colleagues, if we could come back now. James, do you want to speak to your amendment? I know that there's been copies circulated. Then I'll go to Councillor Garner.
Thanks, convener. We've put a couple of small tweaks into the recommendations by officers. As I said previously, we fully support the Falkirk High Street vision. It's a forward-looking vision, and I'm sure the people of Falkirk will appreciate the work and the commitment that's been into this vision. And the conversation I had with Mr McGuinness last night was, if we're successful in bringing the High Street back to, I'll never be to its former times, but bring it back to a more successful High Street, will be one of the few towns in Britain that will manage to do that. So I believe we've got the right people in place to deliver that vision, and we're very excited about it. The amendment, as you can see, is 4 bullet points. Approves the Falkirk Town Centre Development Framework and Vision Report. Notes its concern at the conclusion in the report that the roads around the High Street are too car-centric. 3, agrees that the future report will be provided to the Executive as we progress with Falkirk Town developments, and notes that the parking strategy will be presented to a future meeting of the Executive. Thank you, convener.
Thank you. And Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, convener. I'd like to second the report, but before I speak to our amendment, I would just like to thank everyone who have paid support and condolences to myself and my family after the sudden passing of my father in the last June. I'm seconding the amendment put forward to this report because I, like Councillor Kerr, support 95–97% of the content of this report. It's exciting that there is a vision, a framework for Falkirk to operate in the future, and moving away from a retail-centric high street to incorporating residency, social activity and nighttime economy is something that the Falkirk Conservatives have been calling for a long time, and it's exciting that a framework is now in place to deliver that. But our concern was about the conclusion that the roads around the high street were too car-centric. I believe that if you make it harder for people to gain access to the high street, you're actually going to undermine the 97% of the good in this report. And that's why we've put forward this amendment, which says that the Executive has concerns about that conclusion, but that concern shouldn't halt the progress of the rest of the report. That concern should be noted and taken into account as we discuss future strategies and the actual meat to the bone of the vision. And that's why we're putting this forward. And again, another pragmatic approach, showing our concerns, but also showing our support to the vision. And I hope that other members of the Executive can support this compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Garner, do you want to comment on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, convener. And I would like to thank Councillor Kerr and Councillor Bundy for supporting the Falkirk High Street vision. And as James says, they're very excited about this and it moving forward. Yes, I'm happy to accept this smaller amendment, convener.
Okay, thank you. As a seconder, I don't see that it changes the report significantly, but does note your concern, and I hope that those concerns will be alleviated as the parking strategy comes forward. So certainly as a seconder, I'm happy to support it. I'll go to Councillor Spears and then Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. As you very quickly told me at the start of the meeting, we're here to discuss the report in front of us. But I'm glad this amendment has come forward because it's highlighted many of the things that other speakers have said. We need 2 further reports, one a parking strategy, a clear and concise report for the future of the town centre, but we also need a transport and infrastructure report to come forward. Because if we're not allowing people to come in their cars, then we need to let them know how they can be here. Not everybody is as rich as to afford taxis back and forward to Falkirk. And we look at Glasgow and Edinburgh town centres with all the various strategies they've put on and the massive decrease in their footfall that has caused. We need to be pragmatic here. We want to improve the town centre, but we want people to use the town centre. And if we continually put barriers in people's way, then we will reap what we've sowed. So we need to, and look forward to these 2 reports coming forward because they are vitally important for, to make this strategy work. Thank you.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. I find it difficult to see what this amendment adds to the report, to be perfectly honest. I don't see any great advantages in it at all. However, that's up to this meeting to decide.
I don't think it fundamentally changes the report, but it does note the concern. I've no difficulty with that. So are you proposing an alternative to support the recommendations in the report as opposed to the amendment?
I think so, yes. I think just go with the recommendations.
Okay. Okay, I'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, convener. So the position as we have it then is that the motion consisted of the recommendations, but Councillor Garner as the mover and you as the seconder have accepted the amendment which was put forward by the Conservative group. So the motion accordingly consists of that amendment, though now moved by you, Councillor Garner, and you, Councillor Meiklejohn, against which Councillor Hannah is moving the original recommendations. And I just need to confirm that there's a seconder for that.
Happy to second.
Who is Councillor Steenbank. Councillor Bowes.
Amendment.
That'd be the motion. Do the motion.
Sorry, I just need to pause here I'll confirm the position again to members of the executive. So the motion which is moved by Councillor Meiklejohn and Councillor Garner is now consists of the motion, the amendment as set out by the Conservative group. The amendment is the original recommendations which are moved by Councillor Hannah and seconded by Councillor Steenbank. I appreciate that's maybe not as clear as it might have been when I first explained it. Councillor Bowes.
Motion as amended.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
The motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
The motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
The motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Spears. And Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
Convener, there are 8 votes for the motion. There are 4 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Thank you for that. We now move on to item 6, which is the consultation response, a fairer council tax, and I'll go to Mrs. Templeman. Oh, beg your pardon, Mr. Ferguson, welcome to the meeting. You're going to take this report. Apologies, Paul.
No, thank you very much. Good morning, all. Just this report is based on a consultation launched in 12th July by COSLA and Scottish Government on a fairer council tax. It's a 10-week consultation on the proposed increases to the ratios applied to properties in bands E to H, and this closes on 20th September. The proposal put forward is that the ratios applying bands E to H will increase by the same percentage they did in 2017, which is between 7.5 and 22.5%, depending on band. This would be expected to raise £176 million nationally, around £4.3 million of which will be paid by Falkirk Council taxpayers. Section 4.3 of the report shows that in Falkirk this would impact on 24% of all households, compared to 28% nationally, and the table in section 4.4 shows that band ETH properties and as a portion of the total properties for all local authority areas to show where the most prevalence is within Scotland. The local impact is outlined in some more detail in section 5.1, which is broken down by ward. And obviously within that number, 396 of those in bands ETH would be fully protected from the rise because they already receive council tax reduction. In section 5.3, the expected increase in fees for householders based on their current year charges would range from £135 to £752. And for the survey itself with proposed response, at present we've left questions 3 and 9 blank, 3 because of our proposed response to question 2 and question 9 because of island communities. And our proposed response also suggests that regular revaluation would be preferred to this change, but in absence of that, and it being a binary choice between the status quo and this proposal, the change to the ratios is supported. While not an equality issue in the normal sense, we have expressed a concern that existing limitations on formal rights to make proposals to check the band are not afforded to homeowners who have been exposed to both the 2017 and the proposed increase. And we also note that the pre-existing anomaly that improved properties are not rebanded until they are sold, and seek to progress this issue, albeit a regular revaluation would also address this automatically. Given the anomalies nationally, we have proposed the benefits of this increase are distributed proportionally, albeit the mechanics of this are unclear. So in summary, I would ask the Executive to approve the response in the consultation detailed in Appendix 1 for submission to Scottish Government ahead of the deadline of 20th September 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Ferguson. Just want to indicate there has been an amendment. It has been circulated. Disappointing that it's only come at 10:15 this morning, as it doesn't give full opportunity for groups to have time to discuss that. Therefore, we will be calling for a recess in order to give opportunities for that to be discussed following the moving, seconding and any questions to the report. Thank you to Mr Ferguson for his submission and indeed the papers that have been before us. There's general acceptance that the council tax is a regressive tax, and there have been a number of reviews and alternative forms of local taxation looked into, but as yet there has been no agreement on a suitable alternative. However, there is a consultation through an all-party working group with COSLA and Scottish Government to look at this again more recently, and to take on board looking at the longer term of what that taxation may be. It's one of the few tools that local government has to raise revenue locally. We know that the current financial climate will continue to remain challenging for the next few years. Scottish Government have seen their projected grant from UK Government is unlikely to see any significant uplifts, and while there's a general election looming, it's been quite clear that other parties have indicated they are unlikely to look at increasing local government funding across the UK. Thankfully, Scottish local government is still in a better place than those south of the border. As a result, it's unlikely that councils will see any significant uplifts in their grants going forward. However, there has been a number of representations, including the New Deal for Local Government, the Verity House Agreement, looking at flexibilities, and one of the flexibilities that is to be made available to local government is around the council tax. This proposal comes with its challenges. The general revenue grant we consider to be adjusted as there's winners and losers in this particular proposal, with some councils benefiting and others being disadvantaged. It will be critical going forward to look at how this will be done, as this will create a disparity, and as council tax was developed to be local taxes for local councils, it moves away from that by adjusting the floor. The proposal is to use the same proportional increases as used in 2017 on the higher bands of council tax, and therefore the higher value properties who tend to have higher value properties, households tend to have more disposable income, and the aim is to look at bringing back some equity. With the majority of households, there would be no impact. But it recognises that everyone will be impacted in some way, and that's why we support the phased approach. What is recognised is that in the longer term, that council tax either needs to be reformed or replaced, and that may well be an option to look at the revaluation of properties and creation of additional bands in the longer term, or if a suitable alternative can be identified. The revaluation process would take some time, and as a result, that could then disadvantage local councils in the meantime in being able to do that. The consultation response is, as I said, it's a regressive tax, but the proposals will not completely address that, but will reduce that regressiveness. Currently, a band H is worth 8 times that of a band A property, but the average council tax paid by band H is only 3 times a band A, and therefore that's where the inequity comes. Potentially, if we were to just put an increase across the board on our council tax in order to be able to meet our budget gap, that would disadvantage those at the lower end more than those at the higher end. This particular proposal means that those at the lower end will still continue to be covered and protected with council tax reduction. The consultation covers all of those points and more. It highlights the challenges, it highlights where there's a need for more information, but in the short term this has an opportunity to increase revenue to the local authority that would help maintain long-term our services and being able to continue to deliver those for our local people and not create a huge impact on our what's considered to be our poorest in society. I'm therefore happy to move the recommendations of the proposal that's been put in by officers, and would look forward to the responses from Scottish Government on how they would address some of the anomalies that have been highlighted. Councillor Garner.
Thank you. Happy to second. I think I'll reserve my right.
Sorry, Councillor, do you wish to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Convener. I want to thank officers for the work that they've put into this, and I fully understand the reasons that they've put forward the proposal that they have. I also respect the fact that they have included some of the caveats that have given us concern about going along with this proposal. The first and most foremost is that the SNP was elected to the Scottish Government on a promise of reforming council tax, and in the last 16 years nothing has happened. In 2017, this same proposal that they're putting forward again at the moment was put into place. This same proposal increased council tax for those in the higher brackets, and as I understand it, the amount of money raised through that was not given directly back to local authorities. The Fraser of Allender Institute has said quite clearly that tweaking around the edges of council tax does not fix its fundamental flaws. The council tax is a fundamentally flawed system of taxation. It is regressive. and it is made worse by the fact that there has been no revaluation since 1991. So the value of properties is based on 1991 prices. Some of the houses that are in the various bands were not built in 1991. They are nevertheless valued at 1991 prices. Other parts of the UK have managed to do a revaluation, but in Scotland that has not happened. So we have two problems. One is the value on which the banding is created for these properties, and the other is that it takes no account of the ability to pay, of the income of the people in those properties. The statistics show quite clearly that there are many people on lower incomes in higher value properties, and likewise many people on higher incomes in lower value properties. So that just in implementing this proposal is a very, very blunt instrument, and as has been recognised, there will be gainers and losers, and some of those losers would be people on low incomes, and some of those gainers would be people on higher incomes. We cannot support this proposal, and we are asking that the response should be, no, we do not agree to this. We do think there should be a revaluation, and we do think that the Scottish Government should fulfil its promise to the people of Scotland of finding an alternative solution. Now, I do recognise that that gives us an immediate problem in terms of funding, and I understand why officers have put forward the response that they have put forward because of their concerns about the immediate problem of funding. But let's not forget that that lack of funding to local government has been a result of year-on-year decisions by the Scottish Government. It's not the people of the Falkirk Council area that have underfunded local government. It is the Scottish Government, and we really need to put the blame where it rightly lies. I propose this amendment as detailed, that we should not be agreeing with this proposed. I do accept that some of the commentary in the proposal from our officers still stands, since in the event that this amendment falls, then and the proposal by the Scottish Government goes ahead, I would not disagree that it should be phased, and that and I would not disagree with some of the other comments that officers have made in the response.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Patterson?
Yes, councils do need to find financial stability, and I think we're all in agreement that the current council tax system is not fit for purpose, but the proposals put forth in this consultation are not a suitable alternative. Under these proposals, 39% of the residents of the Upper Braes would face an increase at the same time as we're stripping council services. We're not talking about taxing the top earners. This proposal will hit working families who are already stretched. Proper funding needs to come, but we should be putting the pressure on the Scottish Government, not our residents. Happy to second this motion.
Okay, thank you. A couple of questions on the back of that. It was in relation to the 2017 increase and the comment that the money did not all come to the council. I don't know whether it would be Paul or yourself, Amanda, would be able to give that. Amanda, give that explanation.
Thank you, convener. I think 2017, I suppose it probably depends on your perspective. So the difficulty with 2017 was that overall there was a significant reduction in general revenue grant of over £6 million. However, that was offset by an additional income from council tax of £2.2 million. So that reduced the reduction that was in grants, or the impact of that.
But just to clarify, that the council tax that was raised at the additional bands came to the council?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Spears, it's kind of questions at this time because we're going to go to a recess.
It's not really questions, it's more a statement before we go to recess. I've been on the council for 35 years. I've went through the poll tax, the council tax, council rates, and it's always a dilemma. The council needs money to run the council funds. We've had draconian cuts for the last how many years for the Scottish Government, which is quite disgraceful because their primary role is to look after local authorities and local people. But I find the arrogant assumption that people tend to have higher disposable incomes because the bigger house they've got. Having worked in a food bank, let me assure you, a lot of people have been left big houses. They can't afford to heat them, run them, and if you increase the council tax, then they'll have to sell them if they can be sold, because the market will certainly drop in that area. And I know that in some of the high status streets in Falkirk are some of the biggest recipients of food parcels. So the assumption that people live in a bigger house, they have a huge disposable income and we can freely tax them is completely wrong. The tax we have at the moment is a regressive tax, and it goes back to the days if you put central heating in or tiled your toilet, you paid more tax. It's ridiculous. So, but with the amendment, you recommending we go back to the poll tax. So my dilemma is, do we have the poll tax one side or the regressive council tax, ever increasing council tax on the other side? Middle income people don't get any tax-free allowances. It's the same section of society that are paying everybody. So go back to the arrogant assumption that these people have disposable income. They're trying to heat their house. They're trying to feed their family. They're trying to pay their mortgage. They don't have the money. So we need to look at a system, and the Scottish Government need to give this much greater emphasis than they have. I know if we were a couple of ferries short in Falkirk, they would give us great assistance, but we need assistance on this. You can't cut our money on one side and expect us to keep increasing on the other side. We need a system that's based purely on people's ability to pay. So before you go to recess, I hope you think on some of these very salient points.
Okay, thank you. We will now have a 15-minute recess. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kerr.
Can I just ask a question before we go to the recess? It's on page 154, 5.3. Hopefully Amanda will be able to answer. So if this was approved, and as you can see in 155, band H is 22.5% increase. When it comes to us setting our council tax for the following year, would that increase include these bands as well?
Thank you. Yes, we have no ability to apply different increases to different bands as a council. So any increase that we would say would be additional to this change in the multiplier. It may be just worth noting that the table at paragraph 5.3 is the full impact of the change. In the consultation document, we've recommended that it should be a phased introduction, but that's the full impact.
Yep, so it could potentially, if we set the same council tax as we did this year, band H could be 29.5% increase as in a full.
It would, yeah, so it would see a 22.5% increase for the multiplier, and then whatever, if it's 5, 7, 9, whatever it is, it will add on to that. Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll go to recess. Okay, thank you for your patience, everybody. Latterly, we just had to take a little bit of technical advice there, but just to indicate that following the recess, the SNP will continue with the motion as is, but I understand that James, you maybe want to speak at this point and give notice.
Yes, convener, will a further amendment.
Okay, thank you, James. We will then go into the debate in relation to the Labour amendment. Councillor Garner, I think you had some questions.
Yeah, I've got one question, convener. Thank you. And this is probably directed at Kenneth, the Chief Executive. In your informed opinion, Kenneth, question 2, point 2 in Labour's amendment, is their statement, this hits the poorest harder. Is this, in your opinion, actually supported with what we know?
Okay, thank you, convener. Thanks, Councillor Garner. The element in quotes is directly from the Fraser of Allender analysis. My understanding of that is that the analysis is saying that this is regressive in relation to people in the top half of the income distribution, so that's decile 6 to 10. It's not regressive in relation to the poorest because, or across the whole income distribution, because necessarily those on the lowest levels of income are protected by the council tax reduction scheme. So my understanding is it's regressive in relation to people on higher incomes in groups decile 6 to 10, but it can't be over the whole distribution.
Thanks, Kenneth. That was just for some clarification for myself and everybody else here. Thank you.
Thank you. And just in looking at the amendment, I think that particular quote's probably been cherry-picked and maybe taken out of context, and that's not helpful. Also, in the absence of an alternative, particularly in the short term, by not looking at how to be able to maximise the council tax income to help close the financial gap, we leave ourselves exposed. And in looking to the future and how quickly council tax could be reformed through revaluation, I'm going to ask Mr Ferguson from the information that you've had in your experience about the time that may take and the process that may have to be gone through.
Yeah, obviously the last time Scotland did it was 1991 to 93, so that the decisions to replace the community charge was taken in 1991, and the full council tax, including all properties valued, was implemented in April 2023. So, sorry, April 1993. So it took a total of 2 years from start to finish. Now, all the caveat to that, so it is possible to do it in 2 years, is the short answer. But the caveat now is the assessors now have low resources, and they now do revaluation for rates every 3 years rather than every 5 years. So in terms of the window, it may be shorter, but if there was commitment there, it's possible to do this in 2 years. And I think the Wales one took about 3 years from start to finish in 2005.
Okay, thank you, Mr Ferguson, and that's going to be obviously some way off by the time we get the outcome of the consultation, and if that is the option taken down the road. What we have to remember is we have to live in the real world and live in the here and now, and in the absence of alternatives, then this does actually give us an opportunity to have additional revenue to help support council services and the next financial year, which is what we're looking towards with this particular proposal, and mitigating as much as possible the impact on those in the higher band by having a phased implementation of this. So we will be continuing to support the paper and the proposal. I think it still continues to highlight the salient points. It also highlights the challenges and the areas where there's further discussion required. I'll open up the debate in relation to just the Labour amendment at this stage, if there's anybody else that wishes to comment on it at this time. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you, convener. Want to cover a couple of things. I'll try and be as brief as possible. My worry is that as ever with the Labour group, they've come up with something and there's not an alternative plan, and not done budgets for the last couple of years, so I don't see why they'd be doing this. What they seem to be talking about, and I don't disagree with what Councillor Spears said, because it gave me the impression on it as well, that they were actually looking more at going on back towards a poll tax situation and making it a completely income tax based. I do seem to remember the poll tax wasn't the most popular thing in Scotland. The other thing that they said about, and they started talking about cuts to that the Scottish Government has made. So I suppose it's the SNP's fault that Wales has had severe cuts. Maybe not, because it's a Labour government in Wales. A couple of years ago, poll tax, once you get the name, a couple of years ago, council tax rises, and I'll pick out one in particular because it's an MP I particularly like, he seems to be a nice guy, but the Rhondda council tax rise was 15% in 1 year across all levels. That's not what this is asking for. That impact on people is pretty dramatic. If that's where the Labour Party are wanting to go, if that's what they wanted to do with it, I totally agree with the revaluations. If it took 3 years to do in Wales, it could be anywhere, and as I think Paul's suggesting, it could be anywhere between 2 and 4 years to do obviously a lot more houses in Scotland over a bigger geographical area. And I know how long surveys take to do. So I'm really disappointed that we're getting the usual rhetoric from this Labour Party. I mean, the council tax ultimately, I think it was 1993, it ended up, it came in. The Labour Party were in charge at Westminster for 1997 to 2010. What did they do about it? Nothing. What did they do about renationalising utilities, which they've always moaned about? Nothing. What did they do about renationalising railways? Oh, nothing. But we'll have a go at the SNP all the time. But oh, a minute, the SNP have just nationalised railways, and the SNP just have nationalised water. But then again, what can you expect for Labour complaining about things that they didn't even bother doing? They had 13 years and did nothing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice, but we'll go to the vote. Councillor Hannah.
If I just may answer some of the things that have been raised and the accusations that have been raised, because first of all, there's been much reference to the. Is that permissible? I have been accused of a number of things, and it seems to me I should have the right to respond.
It would be a 19-1.
19-1. I apologise for not using the correct terminology. Okay. Number one, I have not been suggesting.
Okay, sorry.
Number one, I have been suggesting. I've not been suggesting that we go back to a poll tax. That was never in my presentation. Number two, it is the SNP Scottish Government which said that they wanted to replace the council tax, and therefore it's their responsibility to come up with an alternative plan, not the Labour group and Falkirk Council. I agree that I didn't put the entire content of the Fraser of Allender response to this proposal into my amendment. I'll be happy to put it up here now. The entire response of Fraser of Allender is opposed to this proposal without revaluation. So I don't like being accused of cherry picking.
That was a good example of a 19-1 where someone was misrepresented, and that was why it was allowed. I appreciate that people didn't go through proper procedure, but we're going to try to improve on that going forward. However, just before we do go to the vote, there was alternatives put forward by the SNP around a local income tax. That was rejected by the other parties, including Westminster, because they indicated that they would top slice the SNP's grant or the Scottish Government's grant, and there has been an all-party working group, and as yet no one has come across with any of the parties with a suitable alternative. So there's a responsibility on everybody, not just the Scottish Government, to do that, and that was recognised through COSLA, through the demands from all parties in order to bring this working group together. So I think there's a responsibility in everybody to look to find an alternative going forward.
Can I ask a quick question? Just a very short question. And you said that the persons that they have been misrepresented. I take it you meant they believe they've been misrepresented.
Colin?
Yeah, that's what it says. If a councillor considers that they have been unfairly accused of a misdemeanour or they've been misrepresented on what they've said, then that's the opportunity they have under that particular standing order. And I think, as the convener says, that's what Councillor Hannah was doing in her response, which you've just heard.
Okay.
Convener, the motion consists of the recommendation at paragraph 2 in the report. It's moved by you and seconded by Councillor Garner, against which we have an amendment moved by Councillor Hannah and seconded by Councillor Patterson, which has been circulated. Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
The motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Spears. And Councillor Steinbank.
Amendment.
Convener, 7 votes for the motion, 5 for the amendment. The motion is carried, against which we have notice of a further amendment from Councillor Kerr.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Kerr now to move his further amendment, and I don't know whether that's been circulated to everybody, but we'll put it up on the screen anyway.
Convener, I think that we've maybe taken the view, perhaps wrongly, that it's a relatively short amendment to be moved, so it's not been reduced separately to paper as yet. Maybe if we hear from Councillor Kerr on the further amendment, we can take a view if that's necessary.
Thank you, Convener. The vote that we've just taken, our group voted for the motion not because we support the recommendations, but just because of mere formalities of how the voting operates. I think it's pretty clear, listening to all the contributions thus far, is that it's going to be pretty much impossible to get consensus around this room about what the Council's response to the consultation should be, and therefore our motion is that we recognise that there's a lack of majority for any response, and therefore the Council doesn't put a formal response, but individual groups can put forward their own response to the Scottish Government in the consultation. I think that's the fair approach. I think that allows groups to put forward the views where they agree, where they disagree with the consultation, rather than trying to come up with a compromise that would be very difficult to reach from what we've heard thus far, and trying to get a majority for every question and how we answer each question would be a very long process, and one where I struggle to see the conclusion. So I think just saying that we can't come to a majority agreement, and therefore individual groups or individuals can submit their own response is the pragmatic approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. And your seconder?
Happy to second. Right to reply.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kerr. I think it would be remiss of the council not to have a response. It would be quite unusual as a council not to have reached a position where we've been able to submit a response. However, I appreciate the Conservative group's point of view, but we would be retaining our outcome of the previous vote, where we would submit a council response as part of that. Councillor Hannah.
In the light of us only just having heard this amendment, we would ask for a recess for a discussion, please.
Okay, could we maybe keep it to 10 minutes max, please?
Certainly.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, if we can come back into session. I'll go to Councillor Hannah and then we'll just move straight to the vote.
Thank you, convener. In terms of the Conservative amendment, I do take the point that you're making about the issues in terms of Falkirk Council not making a response, but I think we have to support the amendment on the basis that it's better than a response going that supports this proposal.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, convener. The motion is again as set out in paragraph 2 of the report, moved by you, seconded by Councillor Garner, against which we now have the amendment from Councillor Bundy, seconded by Councillor Kerr, which has previously been displayed on the screen, which is in effect to say that there will be no formal response from the council because of the lack of consensus, but noting that each group would be able to make their own response to the consultation. Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
The motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
Convener, there are 5 votes for the motion. There are 7 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to suggest that we take items 7, 8 and 9 and then look at breaking for lunch. Lunch has not been arranged as we didn't anticipate that the meeting would extend, but recognising that there may well be people with particular needs, medical needs, we will break at that point. So it will then be in your hands how long that takes. We move to item 7 and it's a community choices progress update, and I'll go to Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you very much, convener. Firstly, I'd like to thank the team who support community choices, and especially Donna Healy, who is online today. And as always, Donna's really keen to answer all the questions that members have, especially if they're difficult. I'm aware, as always, that members have read the report, so I'll just cover the main points. Section 1 provides the purpose of the report. Section 3 provides impact that this will have on the climate change targets. Section 4 of this report provides some background, and on 26th of February 2020, as part of additional capital proposals, a provision of £3 million was approved by Council for participatory budgeting. Now in Falkirk we call it community choices, so there will be a use of the 2 words, but it was the request we used it as community choices. I think at the time I was actually struggling to call it participatory budgeting at the time. Community Choices programme aims were quite simple. It was to create a more positive relationship between communities and Falkirk Council and support and empower communities to do more for themselves and make sure that we gave them the right tools to do that. Over the period of Community Choices, we've increased public's knowledge on how the public finances are allocated and spent, engaged communities and residents in local decision making. Community Choices underpins the objectives of the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015 and supports the principles of public service reform. Section 5 of the report outlines progress to date. Applications came from community groups across all of Falkirk with a wide range of projects, and all supported the Falkirk plan. Appendix 1 provides insight in some of these projects, and Appendix 1 is at a part in time when these were. Some of them have moved on from that as well, and further aspects have happened with these. Over the last 3 years, there has been 54 place-based capital grants and 69 small grants, with circa 55,000 eligible votes being cast over the phases. At the end of every phase, we carry out an evaluation to establish what went well and what needed to change. Listed in this section of the report are the changes that were made. While interesting ideas are evident amongst communities, capacity to deliver projects varied between communities. Some community groups required additional support from application through to project delivery. Also within this section outlines the project allocation and spends, which is outlined in table 5.16. Having achieved its strategic outcomes, community choices, which is the place-based element, the capital, we would suggest we will replace by allocating funds and resources through the mainstream participatory budgeting activity and by having participatory budget principles and design at the centre of council budgets and spending. Section 6 outlines the launch of the final phase of Community Choices Capital Programme, obviously subject to members' approval today. Section 7 outlines the consultation that had taken place. Within Section 8, the report outlines the finances, resources, the legal equalities and risk positions. And convener, in conclusion, Community Choices provides a platform for community groups to design, present and take forward their own projects. Community Choices has provided valuable learning, particularly in relation to levels of capacity in communities and also to officers as well. I would refer members back to Section 2 of the report where the recommendations are laid out, and as always, happy to answer questions, and as Donna is online as well. Convener.
Thank you, Mr Gillespie, for that. I think our Community Choice programme has been hugely successful and beneficial in helping us to develop partnerships with our local communities and enabling that investment for them to be able to take forward and develop projects themselves. However, in developing those partnerships, it's work in progress and we need to continue to do that. We've seen that how communities have flourished and have embraced the participatory aspect with significant numbers of voting within the programme for the community projects, and that is a good basis for us now to look to move to the next phase and mainstreaming of our participatory budgeting. Moving to the mainstreaming will give a real opportunity for our communities, even at ward level, to be able to direct the council spend and its real council spend, things that we spend currently on our services, we can have a direct influence. But in saying that, it may be appropriate in the future for us to reconsider the place-based capital allocations, but that will have to be done in the context of the wider council priorities, as we see the need to invest in other aspects such as our schools and our leisure infrastructure. That may become the priority going forward, and therefore a community a place-based capital allocation may not be something that can be considered at this time, but for the future. In the interest of time, I'm not going to say much more other than I'm hugely proud of some of the projects that have been delivered, and therefore the engagement with our communities, and I've had the opportunity to go and visit a number of them. I'm pleased that we're still going to have the small grants because that will continue to give that support to our communities and also enable us to help to continue to develop that programme by leveraging in external funding from other sources that will be able to continue that investment by our communities on their chosen projects going forward. So I'm happy to move the report. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener, and I will try to be as brief as we can. Let's start by thanking the Community Choices team for their work in developing and managing participatory budgeting for Falkirk Council. I first came across PB, and we'll keep it as PB if I mention it again, at a COSLA meeting and seen the positivity and the challenges for PB and other councils. I came to this in the last year, so I can only really talk about my time in the last year, and working with Kenny's team of Donna and Kathleen at that time. Donna has always been a great strength for the community, and she's very supportive of everybody who's been involved. These people and this team got this off the ground and ended up producing 55,000 votes from members of the public interested in seeing what community projects moving forward in every single ward of the Falkirk Council area. The energy particular of Donna drove this initiative. However, as it was very evident, particularly in phase 3, the energy and passion from our communities across all Falkirk district could more than match anything that could have been imagined at the very beginning of Community Choices. mainstreaming of community choice was always a plan from the start, and I look forward to that development and hope for a similar engagement from the people across Falkirk District. I'll shorten this one. I was going to mention an event in each ward, but I'll just go on one that really touched me right at the start of it, and that was the Bonus Car for You, where it's people who were driving people to cancer appointments at hospitals, which a better thing I don't think it could be used for. Again, I thank the council officers and the people of Falkirk for making this a great success, and have the pleasure to second the leader of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to start by thanking the team as well. But being involved in many groups locally, especially in Grangemouth, there has been questions that has arisen regarding the distribution. I have tried to express to them that it is widespread and it covers all the remote areas. So that's the outset. I'm a great believer in people doing it from themselves, and as the Community Empowerment Act states, they should be given help. But I need some answers to some questions, really about the various checks that are done on people who apply. You know, are they registered charities with OSCAR? If they're a CIC, are they business registered? And are these checks carried out? Because there's been concern in social media, especially for CICs, that they don't seem to qualify. But the response is, well, if you show your books, then and everything's clear, you'll qualify. As the leader of the council says, the implications, especially with asset realisation and our leisure infrastructure, community choices is going to be vitally important in the future, especially for people trying to keep their community hall open. And these committees, they cover a wide aspect, leisure and groups that use their facility. It's no like they're a single function golf club type institution. They cover child nursery classes, dancing classes, jiu-jitsu, judo classes, badminton, modelling groups. And I don't mean fashion modelling, I mean making models. So I would say this is important. I don't know if 3 million will cover it, because once the asset realisation goes through, you're going to be inundated by people who's taking on the former local authority facilities to try and keep them open. So if you could maybe explain to me what kind of checks are done, then that'll answer to the general public exactly what the process entails.
Convener, for yourself, I'll go through the checks in that first. There's a wide range of checks and balances that are done, and that's what the team, Donna and other professionals look at, as well as we have ward champions. And through the report you'll have read where I said some communities taking additional support required, and that was to make sure that the projects are viable. If the projects are not viable, if they don't stack up to muster, then we'll not proceed. We've also got a fine balance, financial regs first and foremost, but then making sure that we can get the money out to those proactive groups as well. So we're really quite comfortable. We've been auditing some of the processes we've done as well from our internal. So as best as I can sit here, that the teams follow financial regs and make sure that everything would stand up to any audit, councillor. The other thing I would say is the 3 million was for the period that's out rent. We've got another phase coming up, which is phase 4, which will be a circa, if members agree to, of 900,000 for phase 4. Okay.
Sorry, convener, I'll leave it to Councillor Nimmo to pick this one up.
Yep, thanks, convener. And thanks, Kenny. Thanks for the reports. A very positive report, and you'll be pleased to know we've not got any amendment to put forward in relation to this. In the past, when we've been conducting council surveys, we've got a very low return coming back from the public. This seems to have bucked the trend. We seem to be getting good numbers. How how are we proposing to increase the public participation going forward?
Convener, for yourself, thank you very much. The idea why we've got a lot of interest is basically back to the foundations of this, because your communities are having a say, and that's where the main PB comes in future. So they're feeling that their voice is heard, they're making a difference, so that's why they're having that vote. We're going to continue what we're doing going forward, but we've also got a new platform that's coming on, a consultation platform. And Convener, if it's okay for yourself, and I've recovered from my slight mishap earlier when Donna was not on screen, she's on screen now, if she could answer the question in regards to the additional platform. That'd be okay. Donna.
Welcome, Donna.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, the new platform will replace Citizen Space, which we're using currently, and that will let us engage better with our communities. So it has a number of benefits. It's first of all, it's easier for our staff to use, it's quicker, and we can use it for a different range of things like online workshops and focus groups. But it's also easier for the communities to use. It's more streamlined. So it's got a good interface, so it's simple, consistent, intuitive, and also an additional benefit, I suppose, it's got an improved functionality. I mean, we can reduce our reliance on external consultants for engagement with our communities. So that's a kind of summary of the benefits of the Citizens Lab platform, and that's due to be launched in the autumn. And one of the benefits, I guess, for Community Choices is that it's got a built-in voting counting mechanism, which the current Community Choices voting system is a manual system, which is fairly time-consuming for the staff.
Convener,
Okay.
I would also say we would pick up on the things that we've learned by using our third sector, especially areas that we call hard to reach. It's not that they're hard to reach, it's just that we didn't try hard enough, and that's some of the benefits where we've seen the additional voting come on. So we'd want to build onto that, Councillor.
Okay, thanks for the answer there, Kenny. Thanks, Donna, for your input there as well. The next point is, can you maybe just expand on why there was an underspend and the reasons for that?
Convener, thank you. So if I take a ward, say it had 200,000 out to communities for Community Choices, if the first past the post voted by there then was awarded £150,000, that meant there was 50 left. And if the second project was required 70,000, we couldn't award that because the project relied on the full amount of money. That meant that whatever was left would then be the underspend for that ward. That would then go to next year. So it has to, your project has to have the full funding to make it viable.
Okay, thanks for the explanation there, Kenny. That takes me on to page 194 and the table showing the awards and the voting. Now, it's good, like I said earlier, it's good to see the figures, but can you maybe give us some further information in relation to the phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3 and why they're reducing throughout the 3-year period rather than increasing?
Thank you, Councillor, for you, Convener. They're only reducing because a lot of the projects are much bigger, because our communities have got more confidence. There's some bigger projects, which means that with the money it's there, they're bigger projects, bigger projects, but less money in some of the wards, because we've got the 3 million to start with, Councillor, we've got more projects at the beginning, and now what's left is very specific projects that we've had. So through natural, it'll come down, but hopefully going forward for this last one, we'll see the finite that will keep it up about the 15 and the 10, 12 at the bottom in place-based, in the small grants.
Okay, thanks, Kenny. And it's good to see the level of voting increasing through the 3 phases as well. That's to be welcomed. Just over the page 195, the prepayment checks. What have been the major issues regarding this? Because it seems to be taking a lot of time to get through the process.
Convener, for yourself, probably I refer back to the response that I gave to Councillor Spears earlier on. It's making sure that we're comfortable with the financial checks, that there's bank accounts, there is stability there, and the project itself is viable. And until all these checks and balances have been completed, we'll not look at actually starting to award the money. So again, it's just make sure that we're comfortable where we're giving out public funds.
Okay, thanks, Kenny. That takes me on to my last point on page 196, the financial awards and the spend. If you look at the bottom of the table, there's obviously an outstanding amount for phase 1, 2 and 3. And again, it's gradually increased, a large increase in phase 3 for the outstanding money. Can you maybe just explain the reasons behind that?
Probably 2 or 3 reasons for that, Councillor, again, is because one, we've found really at the start, our communities were putting through projects, looking, seeing how they're starting, but needed a lot more help at the time. So these have now continued. Again, lessons learnt by officers. We ourselves were not maybe moving as quick as we could have because we were quite overwhelmed with the amount of interest. But again, it's also about phased payments. So if a project's quite a long project and it's different phases, we'll only pay out at certain phases, Councillor. So it's not as if they were awarded 100,000, they get that all at once. It's got to be shown what part of the project would we pay out, and that would be good practice in any project management. That's why you'll see the different amounts pushing forward. We are still comfortable that we'll make these spends with the support from officers, but also the learning that has happened over the last three years as well with communities.
Thanks, Kenny. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you. I'll take Councillor Kerr, and as there is no amendment, we'll then just I look to seek to agree the report.
Thanks, Convener. As Councillor Nimmo's already alluded to, there is no amendment for the Conservative group. I think in the last 3 years of community choices, many groups have benefited from the grants. Many from my own ward in Lower Braes, Lawson Bowling Club, Red West Quarter Community Project, and Sir William Wallace, Grand Lodge of Free Colliers, to name but a few. And many more were successful in the small grants application. So I'm glad that these have continued. And probably something that Councillor Spears mentioned earlier on regarding the community asset transfer, I would have liked it to went on further because some of these groups could have benefited from this, but other funding will need to be sought elsewhere. I just hope that going forward that petitionary budget and we still get the engagement from the communities because that is vital. And as Councillor Nimmo says, having received 55,000 votes from our community choices, that's exactly what we were aiming for when we first set out and involving our communities in the PB decisions. Hopefully will benefit all the communities, and there are no any communities will lose out from this. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. I think what is perhaps been missed now, I'll maybe bring Mr Kettrick in, is that there will be funding through the SPR, the 6 million funding. Kenny's going to come, that's great.
Sorry, that's what I was just confirming when you're saying it in case you were going to ask me the question, that there is funding through the SPR. There's also match funding out there for our communities as well. So that was all part that laid out about the SPR, about making sure there was money for community choices finishing. There is the small grants, which are more the operational works of it. But speaking with my colleague, Mr Kettrick there, we're comfortable to say this community choices has allowed communities to get in a good position to make these bids and to go forward with additional funding and any match funding that's out there, Councillor.
Okay, are we happy to agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 8, and it's information management strategy, and we have Wendy Barber on the line, and Wendy's going to take this report. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, members. Today, I'm looking for approval of the Council's first information management strategy. So this covers a 3-year period, and it sets the direction of how we can better manage information across the Council, both to comply better with information legislation, but also to deliver positive outcomes for our citizens, and just to make, I suppose, work a bit easier and more efficient for members of staff. So just by way of introduction, my main role in the Council is information governance, which is about setting the rules round about how we use our information and how we comply with information legislation. So freedom of information, which is about transparency, data protection, which is about protecting personal information, and good records management, about how we keep information organised in an agreed way and kind of get rid of it when we don't need it anymore. And related to that, there's a wider issue for the Council round about how we manage our information more generally. So we kind of need to understand what we have and where it's held before we've got confidence that the rules are being applied properly. And that's always been a challenge for us. It's a challenge when we just had paper records spread across many buildings and service areas. And it's almost become even harder now as we move to an increasingly digital environment. So information management isn't just a information governance issue or IT issue. It's an issue that affects the culture around about information, skills and behaviours we need to develop, and the governance we need around that. So we've got an information management working group which was set up a number of years ago that's been working on this issue. It's chaired by Mr. Moody, our Chief Governance Officer. We've got reps from IT, from the digital team, legal, health and social care partnership, and from across the Council. And we've been looking at how best we can tackle these issues in a joined up way. And it's a good working group, and I think a really good example of the work which goes on behind the scenes to support some of our frontline projects. So that group has agreed principles which are set out in paragraph 4.2 of the report, and those are now fleshed out into the strategy for which I seek approval today. And I can sum those up really as saying that what we're trying to do is to have a culture where we value our information and use it well. And we've sought to align the strategy with the Council plan and our digital strategy, and we'll keep that under review as those develop. So the report says this strategy sets the direction of travel. There will be action plans sitting under that because it needs to be broken down into chunks. There's 2 key areas which we'll seek to tackle straight away, which are set out in paragraph 5.3. The first of those being to develop a kind of improved information management culture. So trying to understand exactly what we do hold, where we hold it, who's responsible for it. We took some early steps in doing that in relation to personal information because of GDPR coming in, and that work stalled a bit because of the pandemic, but really keen to push on with that. And the second key action round about developing some good governance round about Microsoft 365 and particularly SharePoint, which is the kind of document storage part of Microsoft 365. So you're obviously all aware of the increased use of the Teams. We're now gathering a huge amount of information in that, and we're seeking to move information that we currently hold on network drives into this new environment. So looking to put in place rules round about that. The detail of all that will be in action plans, which will be overseen by the information management group. So just in conclusion, the full strategy is with the papers. As I say, that's been developed by the information management group and approved there, and looking today for committee to approve that.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Wendy. Information management is actually something we have to have, and I think it's a technical report, but it's something that's very important for the council as an organisation, and indeed most organisations are either looking to develop similarly or update. From the point of view of members, with more challenging times and both financial and difficult decisions, it's important that there's appropriate use of data and information to enable the elected members to make evidence-based decisions and to help manage the risk and demonstrate our performance. It's therefore important that we only hold the information that is needed, and it is only used for the purposes that it's intended, and it's secure, and that is something that's quite important. And so there's been many instances recently of information that hasn't been secure. The strategy will help support all of that and help to improve shared access across the council to help improve efficiency, as well as helping to develop a digital strategy around the storage of information and best use of it. So I thank the team for bringing this forward. I think the principles are good key principles, and it's good to see that there's actions already been taken, and that there will be an action plan developed along that. And I'm sure that members will have various iterations of that review as we go forward. Councillor Devine.
Happy to second the reserved right.
Okay, I will open up colleagues for any questions or comments. If there is no, Councillor Hannah.
I'd just like to say thank you very much for all the work on this. I absolutely agree. Information is key to decision making, and having a good sound strategy is incredibly important. So thank you very much to the officers who've been involved in this.
Okay, thank you. Are we all happy to agree?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the review of taxi fares, scales and other charges, and I'll go to Mr Moody.
Yes, thank you, Convener. And the annual review follows on from consultation with the Taxi Forum, which has wide representation from drivers, operators and from other stakeholders. So the recommendations you have before you today on the changes to the taxi fares and scales all flow from that particular forum consultation. The officers have assessed the recommendations which came from the forum, and I'm happy to support those recommendations to you today in this report to the executive. I'm not going to go through them in detail. I think in brief summary, there's no change to the standard fares. There is some consolidation around extra fares for public holidays and simplification of the treatment of the holiday period. I think there's much to be said in favour of that. I think the one recommendation that caused me some hesitation was the large increase in the charge for soiling in a taxi. Most commonly, if someone is out late at night, perhaps has too much to drink and is sick in the back of the taxi. I think we can all imagine that's going to put the taxi out of operation for the rest of that particular shift. And the recommendation for the significant increase here, I think, came from the forum on the basis that that reflects the actual loss of business and indeed the cost of having the car appropriately cleaned afterwards. So we're not alone, I think, in having a fee of that size. And I think it just reflecting on it, if it gives just a bit of more reassurance for drivers and operators servicing the nighttime economy, then I think that's a benefit, because we need to ensure that there is a provision where we can of taxis and private hire cars servicing that particular part of our economy. If you agree to the recommendations today, there will be further consultation. So the matter will go out for public consultation. There'll also be an opportunity for all the drivers and operators to respond as well. So I'll pause there, Convener, and I'll attempt to answer any questions if I can, but I also have the benefit of Mr Douglas with us today, who will be able to answer the questions more ably than I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr Douglas is sitting in the back benches, but we can bring him forward as required. I'll go to Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to thank the officers for the work that has gone into this report, and also to the Taxi Forum. As stated, this report details the statutory requirement for us to review the taxi tariff and outlines the views of the Taxi Forum. The report also supports taxi and private hire provision in the council area and relates to the council's planned priority of supporting a thriving economy and the green transition. The proposed changes to the fare table, as detailed in the report, was proposed at the recent meeting of the Taxi Forum by representatives of the taxi trade. The changes include rationalisation of public holidays with a greater focus on Christmas and New Year to encourage more drivers to operate during this period. An increase in the soiling charge is proposed to better reflect a more realistic charge that considers the taxi time off the road while being cleaned and the potential loss of earnings. There is also a proposed charge that could be applied for larger vehicles carrying more than 4 passengers and for carrying larger items of luggage. And as Mr Moody said, if this is approved at committee today, there will be a further consultation. So I fully support the proposed changes in this report. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Councillor Boyce.
Thank you. The Taxi Forum allows us to communicate with the businesses and private hire operating taxis in Falkirk, and this report reflects that work. Therefore, I am content to second Councillor Devine in this report, which rationalises public holiday dates, amends the tariff charges, increases the fouling of taxi charge, and an introduction of a new charge for larger vehicles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I've always personally seen the taxi companies as our fourth emergency service, especially in our rural and outlying areas. There's been a lot of concern over buses at Tamford Hill, and which isn't particularly outlying. But I know that areas, especially up in the Upper Braes, Blackness, out in Airth and parts of Larbert, are greatly affected by the increase in taxi fares because they use the taxis the most. Our evening economy depends really on people. People aren't going to spend £15 to get to a place in Falkirk and then £15 to get back and have a good night out. I mean, money's restricted, but everybody at present. But the good thing about the taxi companies, they'll self-regulate. They're not stupid. If they're charging too much and nobody's using them, then they'll come to some sort of a situation where they'll make arranged prices with the people. The people will say how much is a taxi at a certain place. And if they realise nobody's taking their taxi, then they'll regulate to suit the people that use them. I'm a bit concerned that the mover of the motion has said that we should pay for time off when taxis are off the road. I don't see why the public should pay for a vehicle that's not been used. But I'm pleased to hear there will be much more consultation on this. But as I said, the taxi companies are not stupid, and they will self-regulate to come to a price that people can afford to pay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spears. Just to highlight that there is no intention to increase the price of the fare of a taxi, and my understanding is the additional charge, the increased charge of the £100 is if the vehicle's been soiled and it's off the road because it can't be used because it's been soiled. It's not for any other reason other than that. And you can fully understand that you wouldn't want to be running around by a taxi for somebody perhaps being sick.
If that had been fully explained.
It is in the papers. It is in the papers. Okay, is there any other, Councillor Hannah?
No amendments. I just want to add that as somebody who lives in one of the outlying areas, I really appreciate the taxis if I've been out on a night out. Not that it happens very often. But, so I think we do have to ensure that there's a fair system of remuneration there. And when soiling has happened, it's got to be paid for.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Kerr.
A couple of questions, Convener. With regards to 4.5 on page 226, the £5 charge, £5, is that a £5 extra charge for an 8-seater or a 6-seater, an 8-seater taxi?
Mr Douglas.
It's for any vehicle that's got more than 4 passengers, and it's a one-off £5 charge.
Okay. My second question is, on the same page 4.3 regarding soiling, does that include being sick?
Yes.
Okay. And my last question is on the following page 227 regarding the testing station. Obviously, if this is, and it looks as if it's going to be agreed, have we got the capacity at the testing station to get the meters done as quick as possible? Because it will affect, not everybody, but affect some people.
Been in discussions with the fleet manager, Mark Cox, and he's confident they'll be able to do that. Much depends on the next stage. If the executive agree to the proposals today, we'll go out to formal consultation. There's a statutory period of 28 days. Then we gather the comments, bring it back if there's any comments for you to consider. And thereafter, once it's agreed, there is a further opportunity for the taxi trade themselves to appeal to the traffic commissioner. So we need to build in a fair lead-in period. But I always remain confident we can do it.
Thanks, and thanks for the report. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Nimmo.
Just a quick question, Convener, on the back of that. How is the soiling charge going to be enforced?
It's a civil matter. It would be for the taxi driver to pursue that separately with the passenger. It's a bit like someone bumping a taxi and jumping out without paying. It'd have to be pursued in a civil court. Thanks.
Okay, are we all agreed that the report go to the next stage?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. I will now look to have a lunch break. It's coming up to 1:15, recognising that there's not lunch provided here and people are going to have to go out. Then I would ask people to be back for 2 o'clock. That gives around 3/4 of an hour. I hope that's adequate for folks. Thank you, everyone. If we can come back into session now. We are currently at agenda item 10, which is the Treasury Management Annual Review, and I'll go to Mrs Templeman.
Thank you, convener. I'll try and go through this quite quickly. So this report's a part of a group of reports that we have to present to meet the requirements of the Prudential and the Treasury Management Code. So you're probably quite familiar with the cycle by now. So this report shows how we've performed against the strategy that was approved by Executive and then Council for 22-23, and the report's for noting, and then it will go on to the Council for consideration. The Treasury report is the most complicated report, I think, of our finance reports, and this one is retrospective, so it's not that helpful at this point in the financial year. It's the capital activity that feeds the Treasury management activity, and the Treasury management activity that then in turn has an impact on the revenue budget. So members have already seen the outturn reports for Capital and Treasury for 22-23 at the June Executive, and so this report reflects what was in those papers. Section 4.2 of the report summarises the capital expenditure in 22-23 and the borrowing that was undertaken on behalf of the General Fund and Housing. And 4.3 looks at the underlying need to borrow for capital expenditure, which includes historic spend, again, for General Fund and Housing. Section 4.4 looks at the Council's borrowing requirement for the 22-23 financial year, and the table at the bottom of page 236 shows that the borrowing requirement was less than anticipated. And then section 4.5 shows that the actual borrowing undertaken was less again, with £48 million of borrowing undertaken in the year. So members could expect to see a reduction in the loan charges spend in the revenue budget because of that reduction in borrowing, albeit interest rates have increased, but you will see that kind of flow through. So the position in terms of borrowing is in part due to the Council's under borrowing approach, we call it. And that's an approach that's common to most local authorities, and effectively it just means that the Council doesn't borrow until it needs to for cash flow purposes, and that helps keep our borrowing costs lower for longer. The investment outturn is shown in section 4.6, and there were no significant changes in year in terms of our counterparties and who we deposited funds with. So due to rising interest rates, the Council received more investment income than originally anticipated. And again, that helps to reduce loan charges to an extent in the revenue budget, albeit our interest charges will have been higher as well. And then it's worth noting that the Treasury advisors and banking contracts were up for renewal at the end of March 2023, and both contracts were renewed with the incumbents for a further 3 years. So to summarise, in 22-23, the Council stayed within the parameters approved in the Treasury Management Strategy. The report demonstrates that the Council complied with its legislative and regulatory requirements, and that the objectives of the strategy were met for both borrowing and investments. I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Amanda. You kind of caught me out there. I didn't think it was going to finish quite as quickly. However, thank you for that. And as Amanda has said, this is a rear view look at our Treasury management, but however, an important look at our Treasury management because it helps inform going forward. The purpose of our Treasury management is really around financial governance, ensuring that our expenditure commitments are able to be met in a prudent and managed way, and that is something that gives me comfort that Mrs Templeman is able to advise us on. However, that said, the economy remains volatile, and short-term borrowing to meet our commitments going forward will remain the most cost-effective way, but we need to continue to be cited on various options and be aware of the varying interest rates and keep that under review. Therefore, our Treasury management strategy has served us well, and I think this review demonstrates just how well that has done. I'm happy to move the report and refer us on to Council. Councillor Bowes.
Can I formally second and reserve the right to come back in?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments for Mrs Templeman? No, we're happy to agree the report.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Item 11 is the provisional financial outturn, and we're back with Amanda. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Convener. So this is the first projection report for the 23-24 financial year. It's based on the first 3 months, so that's the April to June, and as such there's a lot of inherent uncertainty in the position, and I'll say a little bit on that as we move through the report. The Council approved the 23-24 budget in March 23, and this included the use of £18.7 million of non-recurring reserves. 15.3 million of that was service concessions and 3.4 million of that was COVID reserves. So firstly, if we consider the overall picture in the report, Appendix 1, which is on page 257 of the agenda, summarises the General Fund projection. And the General Fund is forecast to underspend by £4.5 million overall, which is made up of £3 million of council services and a further £1.5 million of loan charges. And whilst that is a positive movement, that does mean that the council will still have to apply 14.2 million of non-recurring reserves to balance the position. So just to put it into context, essentially the council would have to underspend by a further 14.2 million to be in a financially balanced position. And so focus has to continue to be on cost reduction and delivery of savings. The positive movement does, however, mean that rather than use £15.3 million of service concessions, around £11 million of service concessions would be applied for 23-24, and the balance, so the difference between the 15.3 and the 11, would remain in the service concession reserve for future use. It's also important to note that there remains uncertainty over the pay award in particular, and that can have a major impact on the financial outturn. That's set out in paragraph 4.1.15 on page 250 of the agenda, and negotiations on the pay award are ongoing. Pages 247 to 249 provide some detail for each service area, and some points to highlight are that both TC&C and place services are showing significant underspends, mainly due to lower than anticipated employee costs, and in some aspects that will reflect the recruitment freeze that was in place for much of 22-23 and that continues to be in place this year. The main area of pressure for the council remains children's services, and they have a projected overspend at this point of £1.1 million. And the majority of that relates to the savings for swimming pools and home school transport. These savings won't be considered further until later in the financial year, and therefore it's unlikely they'll be realised in 23-24. So that those savings have now turned red, and that's reflected in the table at paragraph 4.2.1, which is on page 251 of the report. And it's also worth noting that the same table at the bottom of 251 shows £2 million of savings for children's services as amber. That reflects that the academic year is just starting in our schools, and there'll be more clarity on savings delivery once we're further into that year. Section 4.3 of the report is focused on reserves, and members will note at the bottom of page 252 there's a new reserve listed for the service concessions and a summary table provided, and that will become a regular feature in future finance update reports. The remainder of the reserves are set out as usual, with a reference at paragraph 4.3.13 to the new earmarked reserves, which are the ones that were allocated during the 23-24 budget meeting, and the allocation of those reserves is detailed in Appendix 3 of the paper. And finally, section 4.4 of the report and Appendix 4 covers the housing revenue account. The council is expected to incur just under £75 million of spend in 23-24 for housing, and that's in line with the approved budget. There was an allocation of £120,000 of housing revenue account reserves being applied in 23-24, and that it is expected that we will apply those reserves as per the budget. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Amanda. Well, there is good news that the anticipated outturn is better than expected, and the potential less use of service concessions, that does come with some caveats. The financial climate remains challenging, but there are signs of that our financial strategy and budgetary control is having a desired impact, but that needs to be adhered to in order to be able to reach that financial balance going forward. However, there are risks to the council with areas such as energy prices, which have come down a bit, but remains a prospect of them rising again. Construction inflation is still a pressure, as well as increased costs of goods and services. And of course, public sector pay is still obviously to be resolved, and that could come at a significant price. So while there's been some progress and signs of cautious optimism, and that has to come with the caveat that we need to adhere to the strategy to ensure that we are able to meet our obligations going forward and reach that financial balance. We are in a good position to do that. However, there is going to have to continue to be very, very close monitoring of budgets going forward by all the services in order to be able to keep on budget in some very, very difficult circumstances. And we know particular areas around children's services will continue to be challenging and is likely to continue to have an overspend going forward, and therefore there will be some difficult decisions that will still have to come in front of members. But I thank Mrs Templeman for the report and the work that's gone into this, and indeed all the services for their commitment around that budgetary control going forward. I'm happy to move the report. Sorry, Councillor Bowes, I seem to be losing my, sorry, Councillor Gardner, I seem to be losing my voice. That's maybe a good thing though.
No cheeky comments for our side. Happy to second.
Thank you. I will then open up for any questions or comments. Councillor Spears.
Before the last budget, you'll remember we asked it was put forward that was right to the Scottish Government, because continued year-on-year cuts and us trying desperately to balance the budget, as we've got to do by law, just leads you up to a huge bill at the end of it when maintenance on vital equipment, especially roads and infrastructure, are not carried out. Can you enlighten us to what action COSLA's trying to take at present to stop this new tranche of cuts that will be coming and putting us through the budget nightmare that we have to go through every year to try and cut stuff? The old saying is, once you're cut to the bone, the only thing left is amputation. So we're now at that stage, we're cut to the bone. What progress have we made approaching the Scottish Government to try and stop such draconian cuts to our budget?
As has been responded to in the past, Councillor Spears, that COSLA do not negotiate with individual councils, they negotiate through COSLA as a body, and all councils are represented and feed into the process within COSLA. There has been significant step forward with the Verity House Agreement, and there is ongoing work in relation to the fiscal framework for local government going forward. That work is not complete, but there are areas of work being discussed, particularly around the reduction around ring fencing and directed spend, and reaching agreement across councils on where that could be going forward, as well as many other areas. We hope to have the fiscal framework in place in time for the next round of the budgetary planning, and that will then determine how we go forward in the future. I don't know whether Mrs Templeman wants to add anything in relation to the work that's ongoing through the Directors of Finance.
I'm not sure if I have much to add. We have been asked to fill in quite detailed information about where we see our pressures, what type of areas we're building in for our budgets, and that information has been collated and passed back, and I haven't had sort of feedback on the outputs from that at this point, but we have got a Directors of Finance meeting coming up in the next couple of weeks, so I'm expecting that we will get more information there. I think from my perspective, you know, we're looking at our financial strategy and we're trying to take a sort of realistic view of where we expect the funding level to be based on the information that we have at this point in time. And also we're anticipating the fiscal framework information to start to flow through, and that will impact on that as well. So I think there's still quite a few sort of unknowns at this point in terms of where the settlement for 24-25 is going to land, and I think we have taken we're taking quite a prudent approach in what our expectations are, and that sort of reflects the wider economic conditions, I suppose, that we are in.
My concerns are that the Scottish Government didn't listen to COSLA on the last tranche, and I don't see a great change politically occurring. Maybe the election will cause a change, but the concern is we employ a lot of people, and there is great concern out there, not just with the workforce but the communities at large, that if there's more cuts and the infrastructure and everything really starts to break down, then balancing the books isn't balancing the books, it's storing up for the future a level of work that's uncontrollable, and that's my concern.
The only other comment I would add to that is to recognise that, like local government, Scottish Government has to provide a balanced budget, and they have a fixed budget without the ability to overspend or indeed to borrow, and therefore are reliant on whatever is handed down by Westminster. Any other member? Are we happy to agree the report? Agreed. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Sun's catching you, Councillor Kerr.
This is maybe a question for Karen, and I don't know if it's appropriate to this, but there's been that much media attention, and we went through the pain for years regarding fair pay. We've passed all that. We will only be brought back into that again, hopefully.
Again, Convener, thank you. Yes, we did go through considerable pain in terms of dealing with fair pay and equal pay, and all of the settlement claims that we had have indeed been dealt with. So in that respect, they're closed off. I wouldn't 100% guarantee that somehow someone raises a claim for that. I think the risk there is that case law changes all of the time, so we don't know what's afore us in that respect. But in terms of our practices, we do everything we possibly can to make sure that we close down any possibility of a risk of equal pay for the council, and that's also now, I think, more recognised within some of the national discussions about pay as well, with there being a national fair work group just looking at how that's all applied, in addition to what we are doing locally.
Thanks, Karen. And probably my last comment is, when the budget time comes, we need to be prudent and pragmatic regarding service concessions, because these are an opportunity for us to invest, not dwindle away on budget savings. So, as been said in the past, once they're gone, they're gone. And we feel it's a great opportunity for us to be able to invest in the Falkirk district. So thank you very much, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Just to add what Karen said.
Some 15%, which would equate to about 82 units, I believe. So yes, happy to move the recommendations, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Deacon.
I'm just going to very briefly second this and reserve the right.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up for any questions or comments to Mr. Kettrick. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. Really pleased that this is nearly at the end of the the road for the developers and everybody who's involved in it. These 500 houses or 550 houses have been in our 5-year housing supply, and when it's not been delivered, it just keeps on continuing on. So hopefully, when it's agreed today, it gets it moving in the right direction. My question is for Mr. Kettrick regarding the Junction 7 M80 improvements. At what stage are we at with this? Because this has been going on for years and years and years. Are we at a stage where we're ready to start, or at what stage are we at?
Happy to answer that, Convener. Councillor Kerr, the position is that we have an outline design for it. There has been funding secured via Scottish Government for affordable housing, which is colleagues are currently discussing with the Scottish Government the timelines for receiving that and committing to that, because it was originally time limited funding. We have developer contributions that will be secured through the 2 planning applications. We need to ensure that they are appropriate and at the level that we need for the costs, the revised costs of the junction. So in short, in summary, we're at a design stage. We're sorting out that we've got the money to deliver it. Once we can confirm we've got the money to deliver it, it will then be delivered through the Invest Falkirk division to put that in place. Similar to where we were with the Den Eastern Access Road, say this time last year, where we had to go back and finalise the design and make sure we had all the funding in place.
That answers my last question. Is there enough money to start and finish it? But you've already answered.
Convener, through yourself at this stage, I don't know. We need to revise the costs and make sure the funding is there.
Okay. Hopefully we will have. Quite happy to support.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Kerr, Councillor Spears.
I have some questions for the Deputy Leader of my group, Councillor McCabe, who represents Denny and Denny Head. The first question that is asked was regarding Junction 7 at the M8, but my colleague here has already asked the question. Could you turn to page 292? He's asking, what is the developer's estimated contribution to DEAR on top of the contributions that are the estimated contributions to the school portfolio?
Apologies, Convener, I don't have that information, but I'd be happy to get that information. What I would say is that that does come through as part of the planning process, as part of the, as opposed to the land transaction element, but I'd be happy to get that information and share it.
If you could send it to Councillor McCabe, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
I'd be happy to do so.
His next question is on page 293, 6.1. It's concerning to hear that of 12 to 18 months to complete the sale. Why the delay? Planning applications have been in place since 2009.
Convener, the intention would always be to conclude as quickly as possible. However, these are long stop dates that are put in place traditionally in these types of contracts to ensure that everything is in place and all the due diligence is undertaken without the need to go back and renegotiate and redraft missives.
And on 7.1, why are we agreeing to a lower capital receipt of £1,551,708 to £2,500,000 when all the council projects are going through the roof with costs?
Convener, the original estimate as outlined in section 7.1 was historical and did not reflect the current market conditions. And as Councillor Spears quite rightly points out, construction costs have significantly increased. This does not necessarily mean that it makes developments more profitable. On the other hand, it actually makes them more challenging to deliver. The district valuer was engaged to verify the value in this case and the transaction costs, and ultimately undertook the negotiations to finalise those and have confirmed that these represent best value.
And there's 2 remaining questions on 7.2 and 7.4. Why the delay in planning and what are we doing to mitigate these very real risks?
Convener, I can't advise on anything that happened pre myself. What I would say is that these developments traditionally across the whole of Scotland are complex by their very nature. There's multiple aspects of them that need to be considered for their determination, including things such as roads, funding for a motorway junction, which enables these developments, and these can lead to considerable timescales for delivery.
Okay, thank you. I know he's watching at the moment, so he'll be able to take on board these answers. Thank you.
Okay, as there are no further lights on, are we happy to agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay. Item 15 is the community benefit lease for 21 and 54 Charlotte and Dundas Court, Grangemouth. And we're back with Mr. Keswick.
Thank you, Convener. The purpose of this report is to consider the lease of 21 and 54.
Sorry, Mr. Keswick, can I just stop you? Councillor Spears, you've got your light on.
Yes,
Did you
it
wish
was
to?
a question asked right at the start of the meeting whether I should declare an interest. The Kirsebank Community Project is operated out of the town centre and was really started up and started operating out of the former pound stretchers at the start of the pandemic. It was integral in our Let's Feed Grangemouth campaign.
Could you maybe state what your interest is? Because we're getting a speech at the moment, but could you state whether or not your interest is?
You're getting my interest, I'm telling you.
Well, I think
it was me that started
it's
the
very
Let's Feed
clear.
Grangemouth campaign.
But
You'd be
it's
best to
very
let me
clear.
go on instead of trying to shut me down all the time.
Councillor Spears, could you let me finish? We don't need a full backstory. Could you please say what your interest is and allow Mr. Moody to determine whether or not?
If you let me continue then. Having worked for this organisation for some 2.5 years, I don't have a present association with them, so I need to know whether I will be able to declare an interest or not need to.
And that was all we needed.
So if I understand that correctly, Convener, I think Councillor Spears is indicating that he worked with the organisation for 2.5 years. He's no longer working with the organisation. I wonder, Councillor Spears, just how recently you were working with them?
Occasionally I will still help deliver groceries to senior citizens that call me in a desperate situation, and they have limited delivery service, so I will offer then to go and pick the stuff up and take it to the older people in Grangemouth.
So it would perhaps be fair to describe you as an occasional volunteer with the organisation.
I always will be an occasional volunteer for them because it's vitally important their service is maintained in Grangemouth.
So I think it would be reasonable to say that that amounts to a connection, which is a link between the matter being considered and a body you're associated with, and you're associated with them by virtue of being an occasional volunteer. The question then is whether that amounts to an interest, which is something which someone looking at your circumstances objectively would think would impact on your decision today. And that's really a question of the extent of your connection. But if you're asking me for my view on this, it's for you fundamentally to judge, but my view is it wouldn't amount to sufficient interest to require you to withdraw.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, apologies, Mr. Keswick, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you, Convener. The purpose of this report is to consider the lease of 21 and 54 Charlotte Dundas Court in Grangemouth by way of a community lease, a community benefit lease under the Disposal of Land Authority Scotland Regulations 2010 to Kirsebank Community Project. At Charlotte Dundas, we have 19 units with 4 currently vacant, and these have been very challenging to let. KCP are currently based at Laporte Precinct, but have had challenges in dealing with their current accommodation and wish to expand their operations. They have approached the council with a view to leasing the units, but have confirmed, and it has been verified, that they are unable to pay the market rent of £11,200, so have sought a community benefit lease. Whilst for commercial property, we will always seek to obtain the market rent. Where there are difficult properties to let, then we can under the guidance, seek approval for a community benefit lease where it is established that the group support our objectives, cannot afford the market rent, and we can remove ongoing liabilities. We have evaluated the proposals by Kersey Bank and have determined that a community benefit lease in these circumstances is appropriate as the benefits outweigh the disbenefits of the foregoing rent. The group intend to continue with a food bank and establish a school uniform bank, a baby equipment bank. They will also continue to receive and distribute clothing donations, furniture donations. They'll have a small retail facility. They'll also continue to provide the valuable food bank, and they will also open a small community cafe, which will include providing local school pupils with meals. They will also provide a free breakfast club during school holidays and open a cookery school with lessons being given by volunteer chefs with recipes made from produce from the food bank itself for easy to prepare and affordable meals. Works on the property will be funded from both dilapidations payments received from the previous tenant by the council and a £30,000 grant that KCP have secured from INEOS to support the project. The business case has been evaluated and is determined as being very strong. Community engagement has been positive, and as the properties are held on the HRA account, there has also been engagement with tenants' representatives who have been supportive of the proposals. The group have a strong leadership and the business plan is comprehensive, viable and sustainable. The lease of the properties will support the community to enable future investment and deliver significant community benefits, including those associated with positive health and social well-being. The proposed lease to KCP demonstrates a commitment to empower communities and will support KCP deliver their ambitious plans to support those in our community, including those who are most vulnerable. I'm happy to take any questions. Convener.
Thank you, Mr Kettrick. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks again to Mr Kettrick. I do wish there is no need for groups such as KCP who help people in times of need by providing a wide range of additional support, but unfortunately they're a necessity to far too many within our communities in the current cost of living crisis. Things need to change, but we are where we are and we need to help as much as possible. Given where we are, I'm glad to see the proposed community benefit lease coming up for consideration and must commend KCP and the business case they brought forward and indeed the support they provide. These 4 empty units at Charlotte Dundas have limited prospect of being let, and this can enable Kersey Bank Community Project to expand their operations. Not only will the council remove the holding costs of the properties, the group have secured external funding from INEOS to contribute to the fitting out of the properties and will deliver for the community. Whilst the commercial property, we should always seek to obtain the market rent in circumstances such as this, where there are difficult properties to let. We can remove the council's cost liabilities and support a group whose activities align closely to council objectives. And if, as Mr Kettrick says, if they can evidence that they cannot afford the market rent, a community benefit lease is appropriate. My colleague Councillor Balfour has worked closely with them and provided me with this quote. Kersey Bank Community Project has been operating for many years. In that time, they've helped a large number of people in the Grangemouth community and beyond. Bindi and her team have always been available to assist when I have needed help for constituents, and they do a lot of fantastic work in our town. They were a much required resource during the pandemic and arguably even more now with the ongoing cost of living crisis affecting ever more people. I look forward to continuing to work with them in the future. The proposed lease to KCP demonstrates the council's continued commitment to empower communities and will provide a valuable resource to the community, including those considered most vulnerable. Happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. I'm happy to second the recommendations. The community group clearly meet the criteria themselves around the community benefit lease and the arrangements that we have in place to assess the commercial properties for a community benefits lease is very pertinent to the Charlotte Dundas area, and therefore this enables a very valuable service to be continue to be delivered, but also to be developed further. And I wish them well, and hope that they will be able to evolve into social enterprise going forward that will actually be able to employ local people as well as delivering services for the local community. I'll open it up now for any questions or comments. Councillor Kerr.
Just a quick one, convener. This is a win-win situation. We have a group, Cares the Bank Community Project, who have delivered service in Grangemouth for 25 years. It's certainly flourished over the years, and especially through the COVID years, and when the communities needed somebody to step up to the mark. This group was certainly one of the ones that did it, along with many other groups in the Falkirk district. And I see this as what you call true community engagement. The different aspects of the service that has grown from the first time they opened will only help the community in Grangemouth, and especially in the locations that they're going to move to next. And we as a Conservative group wish them every success in the future, as we do with any other group who volunteer. Thanks, convener.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. As there are no other lights on, are we happy to agree the recommendations? Okay, final item you will be pleased to know, item 16 is for information, but it's around decisions taken during the summer recess. I'll go to Mr Moody, who will be able to give a wee bit of an overview and an explanation.
Yes, thank you, convener. And I think members will recall that just shortly before the summer recess at the final council meeting, there were powers granted to take urgent decisions during the summer recess. This report just provides the information on any use of that power. There is a single decision here which is referred to at 4.2, and there's further information in the briefing notes on the appendix. The decision has already been taken, so it's really a matter for information only, but Mr Ferguson is available on the call if members have questions in relation to the matter raised in the appendix.
Thank you, Mr Moody. I'm happy to move the report. It is only for information, but it was an urgent report that required an urgent decision that required to be made, and it was important it was made at that time. It helps to reduce anyone who's getting into debt with the matched funding, and it was appropriate that that be taken urgently. Mr Ferguson, is there anything you wish to add?
I think just to advise the of where we are with the report, so obviously we went live on the 24th of July, and today we've had 98 people signed up to that with a total debt of £170,000. So going early has helped get those 100 tenants more reassured that the position is safe, and obviously dealt with that £170,000 worth of debt. So I think it was the right thing to go early, and I think obviously we will come back to members in due course with full report, but so far so good.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any questions from anyone? No. We're happy to acknowledge the information report.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to the end of today's executive at 3 o'clock. That was kind of my target for the afternoon session, so I thank people for their brevity in getting through the business this afternoon. While this morning's session did take a long time, it was right that it did take time to do that, and there was appropriate emphasis given to the particular reports, but I hope that you can all now have a nice afternoon.
Convener, can I just see how young Councillor Deaton looks?
Yeah, he's got quite a slim face underneath all that fur that he did have.